including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya.
All right, now I'm playing Fortnite with the video
But
in
that
the
does not
background.
matter. What matters is that Lenin,
YouTube can
the
fuck
founder
off.
of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way.
Because that shit's bullshit.
For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons, again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged. We have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state that was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 borders?
Dude, this is my first attempt at like one of the hottest issues on the internet.
I'm not sure whether they should go back to the 1654 borders. But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which
yeah, that's fine, dude. You can completely destroy the channel. You can't completely destroy all of us.
Of the rights
you just leave it. Just say bye, YouTube. Like, you know what? I'm not watching YouTube anymore.
One may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least
I can't even get to it on X.
Viktor
It's
Orban that he
bigger
can
than
have
the
part
moon
of
landing.
Ukraine?
You know what I mean?
Никогда не говорил.
I can't even pay attention to the interview
I've never told
because
him,
it's...
not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно...
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Интересную историю. Отвлекусь.
Moreover,
Yeah, that's fine,
I would
you
like
know,
to
like,
share a
if
very interesting story with you.
If I gotta stream some Fortnite at the
I
in the
digress.
meantime, you
It's
know?
a personal one. Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through
There we
Kiev.
go. I mean, I'm good for now,
Made a
but
stop
we'll
in
see.
Kiev and then went to
See, that's the thing. Like, that's the danger of censorship. You can't watch something live because, I mean, they built an engine that recognizes faces real time, and my stupid ass puts a face on there. And I said, we don't want you to broadcast this to 3 people. Like, that's how efficient it is. It captures every last person all the way down to, you know, somebody who's just playing around with stuff. Like, I'm not anything. And they're like, it's like whipping a dog, you know, getting whipped. And that's fine, you know, like, whatever.
Western Ukraine.
It's probably the
I
spinning
went to the town of
InfoWars block, you
Beregavoye,
know.
and all the names of
There we
towns
go.
and
Let's turn
villages
my
there were in Russian and in the
Fortnite
language I
volume
did
back
not
on,
understand.
and now we're playing
In
Fortnite and
Hungarian,
watching an interview.
in Russian and in
versus
Hungarian.
whatever the hell we were doing
Not in
before.
Ukrainian,
Getting banned.
in Russian.
I mean,
and
I
in
look at it as a
Hungarian.
badge of honor. Now
I was
I've
driving through
literally
some kind of
legitimately had a
village, and
stream taken
there
down
were men
because
sitting next to the houses, and
I
they
didn't
were
do a
wearing
damn
black
thing. Like, I had it set
three-piece
up.
suits and black
I-
cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of
know.
entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians.
I won't be
"What are they
surprised
doing
if it gets
here?"
taken down again.
What do you mean?
know?
This is their
I
land.
got
They live
4
here.
concurrent
This was during
viewers.
the Soviet time in the 1980s.
Maybe
They
we get some
preserved the
more, you know,
Hungarian
maybe-
language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians, and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement,
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations, they're upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that
You know,
didn't make this case in
Fortnite's
public
fun,
until
streaming
2 years
is
ago,
fun.
February. And in the case that you made, which I read today,
You know,
You explain at
Let's
great
do
length that
this.
you felt a physical
Let's do
threat
this.
from the West in NATO,
Oh,
including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's
there we
what got
go.
you to move.
There
Is
we
that a
go.
fair
Now we're in business.
characterization of what you said?
Yo.
Я понимаю, что длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the
Is my audio on?
That is
Yeah,
why
I can hear
asked
you
at the
echoing my
beginning,
stuff.
Are we going to have a serious talk or a show?
I don't know who it
You
is.
said
but-
a serious talk.
I was interesting. There was a delay, dude, about 2 seconds.
We're coming to
You want
the
me to go back
point
to
where
lobby?
the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then in
No, 'cause I have you
1991,
live on
the
my-
Soviet Union collapsed,
Computer.
and everything that
Well,
Russia
just
had
mute
generously
that tab,
bestowed
you know.
on Ukraine was
You know,
dragged
part of this
away by
though
the
is that you're
latter.
airing it through InfoWars, and you should be
I'm coming
using
to a very important
TuckerCarlson.com.
point
That's where
of
it's
today's
posted.
You know what? And that's what I was
After
saying
all,
at the beginning of the
collapse
stream.
the Soviet Union
Maybe
was
I switch
effectively
over.
initiated by
But you
the
know what?
Russian
Like,
leadership.
InfoWars isn't banned. Like, what is YouTube saying? Like, you can't go to a website anymore because it's got a viewpoint that somebody else doesn't agree with. You know what? I don't agree with that, and I'll try another way.
No, I'm just saying because Tucker. This is just my opinion. I don't know for a fact. I'm sure people will comment on it. But because I'm talking to you through Fortnite, which we're allowed to air, but I don't know if InfoWars has the rights to it. But TuckerCarlson.com has the rights to this. If you want to start it over.
Well, I might.
I mean,
It
I
depends if I
haven't
get
heard
dropped
Yeah.
again.
Well, I looked up your channel. I was trying to remember the name of it. Yeah, I found it when you sent me that text, and I was like,
and deeply interconnected economies.
I don't even know. Is my audio coming? I don't know if it's coming through to your stream.
I can hear you,
Are
but you
so
need to mute your
fundamental.
tab that we're
All
on.
these elements together make our good relationships inevitable.
Which
Я хочу, чтобы...
no, okay, mute that.
The second point
Mute the one
is
that
a
you're
very
on.
important
Okay,
one.
got you. It's like a
I
double
want
feed.
you
Yeah,
as an
feedback
American
loop.
citizen and your viewers
Yeah.
to hear about this
Then I
as
can't
well.
hear the interview. So.
Больше никаких разделителей.
The former
How do we do it with the
ceased to
Eminem
exist,
Fortnite
and
stream?
therefore, there were no
where-
longer any ideological
I don't know,
dividing
do you have to send me an
lines.
invite or
Даже
something?
на развал Советского Союза.
Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet
No.
Union
Называемым
and believed that
Yeah,
this
like
would be
frozen.
understood by the so-called
No, when we did
civilized
the,
West
there was the Eminem
as an
thing.
invitation for cooperation.
I don't know,
And
man.
then my audio, did I do it on the alien?
That is what
Why did
Russia
I?
You can hear
both from the
it.
United States and the so-called
You just,
Oh, okay.
I mean, dude,
as a
you can
whole.
hear, you can play the the
There were
stream in
smart
one,
people,
and
including in Germany.
you don't have to listen to my
Egon
stream. You
Barr,
can hear it live. We're both hearing it
Social
live,
Democratic
so it's going to come
who
across the
insisted in
same.
No, I can't hear it when I'm
personal
muting that. I
conversations
think I have to do it on my
with the Soviet
Alienware.
leadership on the brink of
I can't
the
go. I
collapse
have
of the Soviet
to. I think.
Union.
No, I think I.
That a new security system should be established in Europe.
помочь объединиться Германии. Но
Help should be
I
given
remember
to
it a couple
Germany.
months ago.
But a new system should be
No, I think I
also
logged into,
established to include the United States, Canada, Russia,
It's like a
and
2-hour
other
interview.
Central European countries.
I'd love to
Could you-
just,
Yeah.
But
yeah, it
NATO
is. It's
needs
2 hours,
not
and I'd love to
expand.
listen to some of the interview. It
That's
seems
what
like
he
a
said.
a World War
NATO
II history
expands,
lesson
everything
up
would
till
be just
now.
the
You
same
know,
as
it's
during the
like,
Cold War.
and it's important to know
closer to
where
Russia's
someone's coming
borders.
from. It's like
That's
seek
all.
first to understand and then be understood.
He was a
And
wise old man.
if you
but
can't
no one
listen to
listened
what
him.
somebody's saying and understand
fact,
what they're saying,
he
then
got
you'll never
angry
understand
once.
where they're
Yeah.
coming from.
рассердился.
Yeah. See, right now I can only
If he said,
do.
you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again.
I can only hear you. I can't hear the interview.
Everything
So
happened just
maybe I
as
need
he
to
had said.
Yeah, well, of course, it did
log
come
out.
true.
Yeah, you hear me through
PS5.
Fortnite, but what I'm saying is just
Yeah,
put the
yeah.
interview
And
on
many in
another
America
tab
thought
and play
that
it.
relations
But
between
just mute my stream if you're just
Russia
trying to
and the
view
United
it to see
States
if I'm
would be
live or
fine with the
whatever.
collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War. That
Trying to
the
think
opposite
though. Did
happened.
I?
But you've never explained why you think that happened.
Well, yeah,
except to
because
say
I
that the West
would
fears
have
a strong
had.
Russia.
Okay, yeah. So I would have
Strong
had
China, the West does not
the
seem very afraid of. What
Fortnite
about
audio
Russia do you
through the
think
PS5 because I think I
convinced
did it as
policymakers
lousy
they
Jim
had
Bob.
take
So
it
maybe I
down.
need to go over to.
Это больше, чем сильная Россия.
The West is
So let
afraid
me-
of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia. Because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5
Okay, 'cause I have you on the
population,
PS5,
and its
so let me
economy
do
is
this. I'm
growing by
gonna-
leaps and
Get all
bounds, 4 or
settled in.
5% a year. It used to be
Nah, well,
even
yeah, I'm
more,
gonna.
but
Well,
that's enough for China. As Bismarck once
yeah,
said,
I'm gonna.
potentials are the most important. China's
I'm
potential
gonna
is
leave.
enormous.
I
It
gotta
is
go
the
turn
biggest
off my.
economy in the world
Yeah,
today
and then I'll
in
just
terms of
join
purchasing power parity and the size of the
Fortnite
economy. It has already overtaken the United
Via
States
my
for a
alien
long
wherever
time
that
ago,
might take a while.
and it is growing
Hasn't
at
been
a
updated in
rapid
a while,
clip.
but
I'll
I'll
be
just
here,
do
dude.
that
Let's
real
not
quick.
talk about who is
Yeah.
afraid of
Well,
whom.
yeah.
Let's
Well, we
not
can still
reason in
chat on
such
restarted.
terms.
PlayStation in the meantime.
And let's get into the fact that after
Just get it ready
1991,
on
when
your-
Russia
Well, no,
expanded
because I have to
be
turn off
welcomed
the
into
device
brotherly
in order to
family of
log in
civilized
on
nations, nothing
the
like this
PS5 in order to log
Well,
in.
you can
on-
still update
you
it.
personally, when I say
Yeah,
you,
that's what I'm
in the
gonna do.
background.
I'm
Yeah.
talking
It'll let
about
you
the United
be logged
States.
in at two
The promise
places on
was
the,
that NATO
Epic
would not
launcher.
expand eastward, but it happened
Really?
5 times.
Yeah.
There were 5
I think
waves
it
of
kicks
expansion.
me on one,
We
so
tolerated
let's
all
see.
that.
I can update my
We were
Xbox
trying
while
to
I'm updating my
persuade them.
PC, put it
We
that
were
way.
saying, please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there is no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover,
no communists
I
in
have
Russia?
also said this publicly before.
Был момент, когда
It's funny
was
because
a
I haven't
moment
heard
when-
that from anybody on the news. Like,
Северная
oh, it's
кошка побежала.
communists in Russia.
A
The only thing I
certain
hear
rift started growing
on the
between
news
us.
is, oh, it's communists in
Before
America.
that, Yeltsin
Fucking
came to the United States.
communists
Remember,
blocking
he
my
spoke in
YouTube
Congress
stream
and said
kinda
the good
shit.
words. God bless America.
Yeah, but I think
Everything
it's
he said
because
was
kill it.
Remember the developments
Yeah,
in
no,
Yugoslavia
the
before
browser
Yeltsin was
gets
lavish
focus every now and then, and
praise?
one of my
As soon as the
keybinds is
developments in
F.
Yugoslavia started,
Mm.
he
It's
raised
weird.
his voice in support of
I'm watching it
Serbs,
picture
and
in
we
picture
couldn't
because I
but
don't have
raise
two
our
screens,
voices
and it's
for
one way
Serbs
of, like,
in
kinda
their
getting
defense.
around.
I understand that there were complex processes underway there. I do. But Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs because Serbs are also a special
Yeah,
and
see, like,
close to us nation,
InfoWars is
with
airing it. That
Orthodox
might be
culture
the
and
reason
so
here.
on. It's a
This
nation
all you
that has
had.
suffered
This is
so much for
the
generations.
newest stream that I joined.
Regardless,
I
what is
don't think it's
important
because
is
of
that
InfoWars. I
Yeltsin
think it's
expressed
because
his
of,
support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN
The
Charter,
interview
it
itself,
started
you know,
bombing
it's facial
Belgrade.
recognition.
It was
It's
the
like,
United States that let
we're
the
watching
genie
the
out
same
of the
thing,
bottle.
so we're gonna put a filter in, and
Moreover,
anybody who
when
has
Russia
this playing,
protested and expressed
you
its
know,
resentment,
turn it
what
off.
was said,
But since I've
the UN
Georgiana
Charter
had
and international
a
law have
great
become
idea.
obsolete. Now everyone invokes international
Turn
law,
off or,
but
you
at
know,
that
play
time,
Fortnite
they started
and
saying
have it
that
in a tiny
everything was
window.
outdated.
So it's harder for the
Everything
facial
had to be
recognition to
changed.
work, right?
Indeed, some things need to be changed,
Maybe,
as the
I don't
balance
know.
of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately
You know what's
dragged
crazy?
through the
So let me
mud,
tell you this.
accused of alcoholism,
I've got an older
of
phone,
understanding nothing,
and
of knowing
it used to
nothing.
play 1080p
He
video
understood
flawless.
everything, I
And
assure you.
the recent updates by the
I
manufacturer
became president in
and
2000.
by,
I
you know,
thought,
Firefox,
okay, the Yugoslav issue
I've
is
made
over,
it so
but we should
it can't
try to
even
restore
barely view
relations.
1080p video at like
Let's
30
reopen
frames
the
per
door that
second. It
Russia
looks
had
like
tried to go
garbage,
through.
and it's like an
And
intentional
moreover, I said it
neutering.
publicly.
The
I
hardware
can
is fully
reiterate.
capable. The operating system, the browser, everything.
At a meeting here
But what
in
they do is
Kremlin
they like
with the outgoing
neglect the
President Bill
old
Clinton,
code, neglect
here
the old
in the next
drivers,
room, I said
and
to
make
him,
you buy a new
I asked
phone. You
him,
know, like
Если бы
they
Россия
could keep
поставила
it, but
вопрос
like
вступления
in the
в
name
Bill,
of capitalism.
do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen?
Он сказал, ты знаешь, это интересно.
Suddenly he said, you know, it's interesting. I think so.
Whoa, NATO said,
But in
or,
the evening, when we
Putin
met
said he
for
would
dinner,
join NATO.
He said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now.
Можете спросить у него. Но я думаю, наши
You
Not
can ask him.
possible.
I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you
It's
sincere?
impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Послушайте,
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was,
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
если бы он
if he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincere wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive. I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
Вы сказали, что
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country with its own opinion and so on.
Are you still there, man?
And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO.
ну, я же видел, как решают.
I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine.
Один из примеров сейчас приведу, касающийся
The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote,
даже если им
even if they do not like something.
скажу в этом случае, что происходит в Украине.
Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say
Мы пытались
anything new.
по-разному выстроить отношения.
Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways.
События,
For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq.
мы
We
очень
were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus,
Северном Кавказе. Но все равно продолжали это делать.
but they continue to do it anyway.
Политическая
And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus.
формирование в
I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof.
посмотрел.
He looked at it, and you know what he said? I apologize, but that's what happened. I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply.
Я говорю директору.
I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it."
Смешно.
Just ridiculous.
Ладно, мы поняли, что
Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government.
ну, конечно, имелось в виду в данном
Of
случае.
course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus.
Они называли.
That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
This is the
Третий момент
second
очень
point.
важный.
The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the US missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning.
И мы долго уговаривали.
We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover,
Отец Буша
after was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean,
Там состоялась очень серьезная беседа,
I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team.
чтобы
I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe,
как мы считаем,
if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system. I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting. They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
ну, я не помню, вот
I don't remember.
в интернете, когда я был.
It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about.
Мне сказали, это очень интересно.
I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, are you serious? I said, of course. We need to think about it, I'm told.
Вот в этот кабинет.
I said, go ahead, please. Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side.
Министр обороны.
They said to me,
Они мне
yes, we have thought about it. We agree. I said, thank God, great,
Но
but with some exceptions.
So twice you've described U.S. presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who are elected in your telling.
именно так.
That's right,
В конечном
that's right.
итоге нас послали подальше. Я не буду.
In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential
Наше предложение
conversation.
было отклонено.
But our proposal was declined. That's a
Тогда,
fact.
именно тогда я сказал,
It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures.
будем создавать такие.
We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense
Ответ
systems.
был такой. Мы
The answer was, we're not doing this against you, and you do what you want,
не против
assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States.
гиперзвуковые системы.
I said, okay. Very well.
Конечно, континентальные.
That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with
Oh, man, that's such a
intercontinental
good spot.
range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic
Yeah, there
strike
was a,
systems, and we are improving them every day.
With a nuclear
But it
hypersonic
wasn't
missile,
us.
like 4
We
Russians
proposed to go the
died.
other way, and we were
Russians
pushed back.
died. Yes.
Расширение НАТО.
Now, about NATO's
Hypersonic
expansion to the east.
HGLDs use,
Well, we were promised no
nuclear
NATO to the east,
propulsion.
not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what?
Ну,
They said, well, it's
takes,
not enshrined on paper, so we'll
response down
expand.
from
5 расширений.
30 minutes
So there
to
were
5
5
minutes, so
waves
it's
of
kinda like a
expansion. The Baltic
fire all
states, the
missiles
whole
at
of
once,
Eastern
so
Europe, and so
your
on.
method is useless, our method
And now
is
I come to
useless.
the main thing.
Oh, look at
They
this,
have
we got
come
a
to
train
the
coming in.
Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest,
Ready for
they
this?
declared that the doors for
Ready
Ukraine
for
and
this?
Georgia to join NATO
Jump a
were
train.
open. Now about how decisions are made
Booyah!
there. Germany
Oh.
and France
I was
seem
on
to
top.
be against it, as well as
Bitch.
some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later,
Roller man.
he exerted pressure on us,
Yeah.
and we had to
I
agree.
can hear you. You're really quiet. There
It's
you
ridiculous. It's like kindergarten.
are. All right, sweet.
No,
Where
I
are
was
the
trying to.
guarantees?
No,
What
I,
kindergarten
well,
is this?
No, I'm just in the Fortnite.
What kind
I
of
was
people
trying
are
to
these?
see
Who
if-
are they?
Кто они такие?
You see, they were pressed, they agreed.
All right, we got a full
And then they
medallion,
say
or
Ukraine
mostly full.
won't be in the NATO, you
Down
know?
here.
I say, I don't know.
They gotta come
I
up
know
to
you
me.
agreed in
I
2008.
don't know if there's anything I
Why
can
won't
do
you
on this
agree in the
one.
future?
Почему завтра?
Well,
so
they
weird,
pressed us then. I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And
I
you
don't have
agree
any
again.
snipes those.
С кем там
Well,
разговаривать?
it's
You can
nonsensical.
hear me, but
Who's
that's
there
through
to
my
talk to?
headphones.
I just don't
The-
understand.
The game
We're ready
is
to talk.
playing through my
But with who?
speaker.
Начали осваивать.
Where are the guarantees?
Ooh.
None.
Было там. Первым
So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed,
Are you still
what kind of
streaming?
relations there were
Yeah.
with Russia.
Interview?
Yeah, man.
Every
I almost
second
popped
or
this
third
dude down
person
here. He's
there
full
has
crowns.
always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of
Got
the
that AK
Declaration
though.
of Independence. And by the way, it says that
Well,
Ukraine
I'm trying
is
to,
a
like,
neutral
pull up-
state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed. Now, all the
Why is-
presidents that have come to power in Ukraine,
Yeah,
they
sucker.
relied on electorate with a
How
good
is my
attitude
audio
to Russia in one way or the other.
Apparently not.
Юго вообще.
This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to persuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude toward Russia. Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014.
Before that. No, this was before that. After
no, I want to
President
be able to
Kuchma,
chat about
Viktor
the
Yanukovych
interview.
won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled. What is this? This is a coup. The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power.
This guy looks like he's
Imagine
flying.
if in the US something was not to
Oh,
someone's
no.
liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized. Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine. Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power.
Cool, I'm trying to.
Fine,
Yeah,
we
I'm
have built
working on
relations
stuff.
with him as well. He came to Moscow with
I destroyed
business.
my bike.
We visited Kiev. I visited too. We met in an informal
I'm
setting.
trying to see if I can pull
If
up.
he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job. The situation should have developed inside the independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all. Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician. I don't know. I don't want to give assessments.
Yeah,
However,
sucker.
the issue of the association
That's how we
with
do.
the EU came up. We have always been lenient to this. Suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it
God
turned
damn
out
it.
to be a problem for us, since we have a free
I'll be right
trade
back.
zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which
Ah,
under this
so close, man.
Okay. Yeah. This is like a. It's almost like. Oh, let's see here.
In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed
It's
a
almost like we
coup.
have.
They created a threat to
Oh, I have
Crimea,
chat.
which we had to take under
No,
our
it's almost
protection.
like we. Can you hear me?
They
It's almost
launched
like,
the
Yeah.
war in Donbass in 2014 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is
I
when it
plan to
all
get another
started.
screen so I can
There's
see
a
things
video
like
of
chat
aircraft
and other
attacking
videos
donuts
and
from
make this
above.
not so
They launched
ghetto, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do.
military operation, then another one.
Set
what
things
I'm
up.
saying
They
is
started to
when
prepare
I
the
say
next
it,
one.
yeah.
All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors.
Освоение этой территории.
Gotta touch stuff.
И открытие дверей.
How could we not express concern over what was happening?
It's like a 5-second
From our
delay.
side, this would have been a
By
culpable
the time it
negligence.
goes up
That's
to
what it would have been.
your stream and then back through my headset.
Просто
It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself.
потому что это разрушало саму Россию. И потом мы не могли бросить
The whole
наших
world's fucked up,
федеральных
man. They
Besides, we
say the
could
Nord
not
Stream
leave our brothers
pipeline
in faith,
is
in fact, a
fault
part
of
of
the
Russian
US.
people in the face of this war
под
machine.
эту военную машину.
What was the so? But
Add-
that was 8 years.
All
Before
right,
the
man,
current
we're gonna
conflict
play?
Started. So what was the trigger
gonna
for
play
you?
and
What
watch
was the
this.
moment where you
So-
decided you had to do this?
You got the audio of me
Ну,
and the streams
спровоцировал
separately.
конфликт.
And then you have me
Изначально.
Initially, it was
muted,
the
right?
coup
So
in
you got me
Ukraine
coming
that
through
provoked the
Fortnite, and you got the
conflict.
stream coming through another
By the
window.
way, back then, the
Which the stream on your
representatives of
end
three
and
European
our
countries,
VoIP is real time, so you
Germany,
don't need to
Poland,
worry about
France,
what's coming
and
through on
Norway.
my delay on my
They were
stream
the
because
guarantors of
somebody
the
else
signed
across the
agreement between
country
the government of
is going to be listening to
Yanukovych and
this
the opposition.
Подписи свои.
They
if they're
signed
across
it
the
as
country, and it's going to seem
guarantors.
normal to them. So we can be talking
Despite
about
that,
what's
the
happening
opposition
during
committed a
the interview
coup,
real
and all
time. We
these
can be
countries
talking
pretended that
on
they didn't
Fortnite real
remember
time,
that they were guarantors
and
of the
my
peaceful
broadcast will
settlement.
Никто не
sound.
вспоминает.
They just threw
on
it in
time.
the stove right away, and nobody recalls
Nobody's
that.
going to see a delay. And you know, there is a delay.
I don't
There's-
know if the U.S. know
There's always a
anything about
4-second
the
delay. In
agreement
other broadcasts, like when
between
you
the
gotta
opposition
bleep out
and the
cuss words, you get
authorities.
like a 30-second
And it's
delay,
three
right?
guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup.
I'm excited to do an
Although
impromptu
it was
stream with a
meaningless,
camera
believe me.
Янукович совсем согласен.
and an
Because
interview going
President
on.
Yanukovych agreed to
in
all
the top,
conditions.
you know,
He was
corner.
ready to
That's-
hold an early election,
that's
which
great.
he
I
had
mean,
no
I got-
chance of winning, frankly
Need
speaking.
one more screen
Everyone knew that.
for my PC, you know, in
Then
front
why
or
the
something.
coup? Why
Because
the
I'm down to one
victims?
screen since I switched
Why
over to my old
threatening
PC.
Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass?
Dude, I can see what's going on.
This I do not understand.
In fact,
That is
I could
exactly
use one of
what
these
the
screens for chat.
miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup.
Один из замов
I
госсекретаря.
think one of the
Well, we can
deputy
see chat on
secretaries of
mobile.
state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion.
See,
the
like, I
political
can
mistake
hear
was colossal.
you
На самом деле, то же самое.
Why would they have to do that?
Fortnite
All
right
this
now.
could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea.
So,
We would have
setting
never
up
considered to even
on
lift a
my
finger
end
if it hadn't
where-
been for the bloody developments on Maidan.
Потому что мы согласились.
So that's live.
Because we agreed with the fact that after
by
the
the time
collapse
it
of the
hits
Soviet
your-
Union, our
your
borders should be along the borders of former
M21
Union's
feet,
republics. We
I hear
agreed
my
to
own
that.
voice 5 seconds
But we
later.
never agreed to
Again, he
NATO's
does.
expansion, and moreover,
Don't play the
we never
audio
agreed
from the
that
stream.
Ukraine would be in NATO.
Only play the audio from
Then I wouldn't hear.
Fortnite.
Then I wouldn't hear the
Без
interview.
всяких разговоров с нами.
We
Play
did
the
not
interview
agree
in a
to
separate
NATO
tab.
bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we
maybe
kept
I-
asking,
so
don't do
mute your-
this, don't do that.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Mute
Then
my
I,
stream.
then I won't be able to see
And what
exactly
triggered
what
the
you're
latest
watching.
events?
Руководство Украины заявило,
Firstly, the
You're gonna
current
see exactly what I'm
Ukrainian
watching 'cause you'll be
leadership
watching the
declared
same
that it
thing.
would
You're
not
watching a
implement the
broadcast.
Minsk agreements, which
is on
have
the
been
separate
signed, as
time.
you know, after the
Oh, you
events
mean
of
the whole broadcast?
2014 in Minsk,
Yeah, man.
where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth.
Нет, руководство
But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign
Yeah,
minister,
on a
all
Chrome
other
tab,
officials,
but
and
I'm
then
also on
President
the
himself
Fortnite.
said that
That's
they
where you're
don't
getting
like
my audio
anything
from.
about the Minsk agreements.
иными словами, исполнители собираются.
5-second delay.
In other words, they were not going to implement it.
See?
Прямо сказали,
You know.
что подписывают.
Just mute the audio from my
A
stream.
year or a year and a half
Play the
ago,
Tucker
former
stream
leaders
on
of
one
Germany and
tab, and
France
play
said
Fortnite on
openly
another
to the
tab,
whole
and then you're
world
gold.
Это соглашение Минска.
that they indeed signed the Minsk
But I have
agreements,
to get to the
but they
point
never
you're at in the
intended to
interview.
implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there
Okay.
anyone for you to talk to? Did you call
You
a US
know,
President,
agreed.
Secretary of State and say if you
Agreed.
keep militarizing
I was trying to get it up. You're on. Are you on
Ukraine with NATO
Tucker.com?
forces, this is going to get
This
is gonna be
not
a-
yet,
we're gonna
but
act.
I can, but then I would have to.
Мы постоянно об этом
I
говорим.
have to I'll go to that one.
Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы обращались к
We talked about this all the time.
европейских сторон.
We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbas territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbas, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place.
See, now I can hear it. No, that's a good idea. I can hear it.
Nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now?
Yeah, almost like.
I mean, have you achieved your aims?
Maybe I just take my headphones off.
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is...
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler.
I
have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior. There were also attempts to destroy their identity. All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom. The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too.
Вот отсюда вот эта жестокая резня.
This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany.
Они на флагах, они их имена кричат.
These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians.
Это люди, которые уничтожали поляков, евреев и русских. Надо.
It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, закончим. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
We'll finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and
I don't really
denazification.
need to watch it.
Look,
I can just have that
the
audio.
president of Ukraine visited Canada.
The following
This
is an
story is well
interview
known, but being silenced in the Western countries.
with the president of
The
Russia,
Canadian
Vladimir
Parliament
Putin,
introduced a man
shot
who,
Feb-
as the Speaker of the Parliament said, though I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us during the World War
Calm
II.
Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition.
It turned out
Let the
that this
situation
man
unfold
served
in the
SS
scenario
troops
of a political settlement.
personally killed
We
Russians,
said, all right,
Poles, and Jews.
agreed. Let's do it this way.
The SS troops consisted
As
of
the Americans
Ukrainian
requested,
nationalists who
Yanukovych
this
did
dirty work.
use neither the armed
The president
forces
of
nor the
Ukraine
police,
stood
yet
up
the
with the
armed
entire
opposition
Parliament of
committed a
Canada
coup in
and
Kiev.
applauded.
Dude, we're gonna get like 10 million.
What is that
views
supposed to
for
mean?
lunacy.
Who do you think
President
you
of
are?
Ukraine himself.
I wanted to ask the then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
I switched over to Tucker on the stream. With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand.
I'm at
Хотя это серьезно.
45
should
minutes
thank
on the
God.
stream.
Правильно.
Technically, they did everything right.
are
They
you on
achieved their goal of
TuckerCarlson.com?
changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a
I'm just
colossal
listening
mistake.
to it through your stream. like
Surely
this.
it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into.
Just bring it all the way forward.
So, to it.
Oh, the whole thing's published. Jeez. Well, I don't know where it's
the
at.
then US leadership.
With the backing of whom?
При поддержке ЦРУ, конечно.
With the backing of CIA, of course.
Которые, как я понимаю,
The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand.
хотя это серьезно.
TuckerCarlson.com.
We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense to join
See, it
NATO
started
were open.
38 minutes ago.
Now about how decisions...
Yeah. That's
So
fine. I can hear
I
it.
put it at 38 minutes.
In the end, they just told
We
us
could
to
always
get
do
lost.
another one with the whole
I'm
time.
not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential
Наше предложение
conversation.
было отклонено.
But our proposal was declined. That's a
Тогда,
fact.
именно тогда я сказал,
It was right then when I said, look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures.
будем создавать такие
We will
удары.
create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense
I don't know why
systems.
Был такой. Мы
The answer was, we are not doing this against you and you do what you want,
I don't know why.
assuming that it is not
It's probably
against
an error,
us,
man.
not against the United States. I said, okay, very well. That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental
But like if I
range,
mute the
and we
Fortnite audio,
continue
then
to
I
develop
can't
them.
hear you. for
We are now ahead of
Probably give it
everyone, the United States and the other countries, in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving
Where
them
am I
every day.
landing? What did I do?
But it wasn't us.
пойти другим.
We proposed to go the other way.
and we were pushed back.
По поводу расширения НАТО на восток.
Now,
Ну,
about
обещали.
NATO's expansion to the
Никакого
east.
НАТО на восток.
Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what?
Go there.
Ну,
They said, well, it's not enshrined on paper, so we'll expand.
5 расширений.
So there were 5 waves of expansion: the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on.
И вот теперь по главному.
And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it
Нет, мы не разговариваем. Но у нас есть.
No, we haven't spoken.
Кстати говоря, вот
Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which,
So we're halfway through the interview.
мое предложение.
do you remember what I told you about my proposal
playing it.
to work together
It was
on a
supposed to be
missile
published
defense system?
an hour ago, an hour and 5 minutes ago. So I fast forwarded it from TCN
You can ask
to
all
an
of
hour and
them.
5 minutes ago.
All
I
of
thought you
them
were
are
gonna watch
safe
it.
and sound, thank God.
Don't
The
matter.
former president,
well-
Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are
Oh
very
no, I got a
thought it wasn't
bogey
coming
all the
on.
way out here in the water. They
They were all
followed
witnesses
me
to these conversations.
all the way
Ask
out.
them. Same
Banana
here.
Man,
If you
oh.
are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me,
I haven't
ask
found a
him.
weapon. I'm getting chased.
At
myself.
any rate, I talked to him about it.
Oh, I got two.
I'm
names.
definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could
guys are
initiate
losers,
a nuclear
man.
launch.
They're gonna
And
chase
so
me
why
all the
don't
way
you just
around the
call
map.
Biden and say, let's work this out?
That's okay.
What's there
Hey,
to
whatever's
work out?
fun. You know,
It's
if I
very
go get a
simple.
weapon
I repeat,
and I smoke these dudes,
we have contacts through
You know.
various agencies.
it'd be hilarious.
I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the US leadership. If you really want to stop fighting,
If they
you
want to
need to
follow me
stop
around the whole
supplying
map,
weapons. It will be over
for
within
them,
a few
but-
weeks. That's it. And
Well, I'm
then
like
we can agree on
sandwich
some
with no
terms.
weapon, just running
Before you
around
do
right
that,
now.
stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
Bound in my head.
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine. Oh, I'm afraid, please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where
I won't
you
give
send
them
Russian
the
troops forward?
satisfaction of shooting me, but I'll die in the storm.
Только в одном случае, если санкции.
God,
Only in
people
one
suck,
case,
man. That's
if
how they play
Poland
Fortnite.
attacks
They
Russia.
suck so bad.
Why?
They're gonna
Because we
follow
have no
you out
interest in Poland,
to an
Latvia,
AFK
or
person. They're
anywhere
gonna
else.
follow you across the map
Why would
because they
we do
can't
that?
get kills
We
otherwise.
simply don't have any
I mean, that's
interest.
pathetic, dude.
It's just threat mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that,
Oh, wow.
well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent. And you're saying unequivocally you don't.
I'm gonna redo, dude. Let's go back to lobby.
It is
'cause
absolutely
this is
out of
pointless.
question.
I'm too
You just
far
don't
away,
have
man.
to be
I
any
was
kind of
AFK. This
analyst.
is stupid
It
streaming
goes
shit.
against
Let's
common
fucking-
sense to get involved
Going
in
back
some
to
kind of
lobby.
a global war.
Let me try.
No, I already went back to lobby. I'm
And
telling
a
you.
global
It's
war
stupid.
will bring
I was
all
AFK.
humanity
What am I
to the
supposed to
brink
do?
of destruction. It's
Or
obvious.
just, I'll play solo if you
Oh, you
want.
love-
There are
No,
certainly
no,
means
I'll
of
go back to
deterrence.
lobby. I already
They have
go
been
lobby.
scaring everyone
lobby.
with us all along. Tomorrow Russia
They suck
will
that
use
bad they couldn't even
tactical
get me in the
nuclear
water,
weapons.
you know,
Tomorrow
like-
Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow.
No, dude.
So what?
I'm ready to go.
Выбить из налогоплательщиков
In order to
США
extort additional money
I'm not
from
mad.
US
It's just like,
taxpayers
what's the
and
point?
European
Like, I'm so
taxpayers
far in the
in
storm, you're not
confrontation
going to
with
get me
Russia
back. So
in the
I
Ukrainian
don't really want to watch
theater
you
of
play an
war.
entire match. Like
The goal
a
is to weaken Russia
duo
as much
match,
as possible.
you know.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
Это провокация.
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that.
Американские солдаты должны воевать.
I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place, and mercenaries from Georgia in third place.
Безусловно.
Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for?
У вас нечем заниматься.
Thousands of miles away from your national territory.
Границы.
Don't you have anything better to do?
С государством.
You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt. More than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine?
Понимая ситуацию, которая
Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia? Make an agreement? Already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
здравого смысла.
And realizing this, actually
right,
return
where
to
you wanna
common
drop? I had to
sense,
get up and
start
move my
respecting our
feetsies a little
country
bit.
and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this
Wanna
is
do
much
this one?
smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day.
I don't care.
Nate, do you have I did not blow up
То есть у
Nord
вас-
Stream.
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть у вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Вы знаете,
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested?
The following is an interview with the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7.
To join NATO were open.
You restart it.
European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, and it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route to Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why?
Oh, I've been on mute, dude. I'm
understand.
sorry.
Ukraine, to
Had to
which
get
the
up for a quick
Germans
break.
supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route. The Ukrainians open
Head
the
over to
second
the boat
route
real
and
quick. Hopefully
please
there's no
get
one
gas
here.
from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, "Look guys, we give you money and weapons. Open up the valve, please. Let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe." Which brings the level of our
There are people here.
competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is
Cluster
breaking
bombed
into
over
two
Yeah, they're on
hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side, do you think?
God damn it.
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. The brain is divided into two hemispheres.
Bro, dude, like,
One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on. But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single
this guy?
whole.
he's at the
Security
reboot.
should be shared rather than meant for the
Fortnite game
golden
on a
billion.
delay too? In the world?
That is the only
Sure as hell
scenario
feels
where
like
the
it.
world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership. The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power. I think everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they are quickly dispersed all over the world. Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about? It is about the emission.
Как только политическое руководство приняло решение использовать доллар в качестве
Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake. Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars.
I think they're at that gas station over there.
I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States
I mean, they can
itself,
just,
and its
yeah, they are.
taxpayers, as it
Go
damages
south.
the
Hang around
US
there, yeah,
economy,
screw it.
undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%. Today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles, and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit.
Should we rob the train?
They probably thought it would lead to full collapse,
I don't
but
know.
nothing
It's up
collapsed.
to you, man. What do you want to do?
Other
do it.
countries, including oil producers,
rob the
are
train?
thinking
It's
of
already
and
been robbed.
already accepting payments for oil and
ahead.
yuan.
Yeah.
Do
Okay,
you even
let's go.
realize what is
Never
going on or not? Does anyone in the United States realize this? What are you doing? You are cutting yourself
Oh,
off.
I got a bogey in front of
All
me, man.
experts say this.
Yeah.
Ask any intelligent
one in the
and
water.
thinking person in the
God damn
United
it, dude.
States
Again!
what the dollar means for
No,
the
no,
US.
drop damage.
You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think it's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty?
Fucking
Do you worry about
pedophile.
that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again. Through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of
Yeah,
Chinese
but I looked this
Russian
guy up and his
cooperation.
stats suck balls.
Ask
and
Europeans,
unfortunately,
aren't they
he just had to
afraid?
drop on me.
They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs,
dancing on me.
especially now that they are facing economic problems.
There's a word.
Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses
Well,
have
everything
small
kind of like
presence in the
settled
United
down now.
States?
Finally,
Yes, the political
everyone-
decisions
Yeah,
are
dude.
such that they are trying to limit
Yeah,
their
like,
cooperation
I-
with China.
I don't know.
It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar. So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions, illegitimate in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the US government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
Сейчас скажу, но чтобы закончить предыдущий вопрос.
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is $240 billion. One more important thing. Our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable. This will keep happening. It is like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt? With the help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level,
like
even if someone aspires, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident.
Yeah, break it. I kind of went away.
You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader, it is about the elite's mindset.
Oh, he admitted it.
If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if In the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective
Yeah, we definitely
circumstances,
just gotta keep
and
this
that
thing going
one should be
and
able to adapt to
replay
them
it.
in time, using the advantages that
Well,
the
I'm gonna
US still
download
has
it.
today.
But
Then
something
perhaps
tells
something
me it's
may
not
change.
gonna. You know, people are freaking out over nothing. That's what I think. Like, they're just like
China's
mainstream
economy
media is
has
just
become
really
the first
upset that
economy
they
in
didn't
the
get the
world in
interview.
purchasing power
And the man who was
parity.
fired from Fox
In
News
terms
got
of
the
volume,
interview
it
on his
overtook
own.
the US a long
You
time
know, they're
ago.
haters. That's all that it
The
is.
USA comes second,
Like, there's
then
nothing wrong with
India,
interviewing a foreign
1.5
president.
billion
It's just
people,
like
and then Japan,
Tucker was the only one with the
Russia in
cojones to
fifth
go do
place.
it. That's it. And everyone's
Russia
upset
was the
that
first
they couldn't.
economy in Europe last
they
year,
couldn't-
despite
they
all
couldn't
the sanctions
secure
and
it, you know?
restrictions. Is it normal
Nothing
from
he
your
said so
point
far
of view?
is like
Sanctions, restrictions,
anything wild. It's just
impossibility of
normal
payments
shit,
in dollars,
right? I don't know.
being cut off from
Everything I've
SWIFT
heard on the
services,
news already.
sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that the leader acts in the interest of the voters, but you also say these decisions are not made by the leader, they're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long, you've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
I don't know. America is a complex country. Conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself? Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it. Certainly there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats, and within this party system the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why in my opinion after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think among other things because excessive production capacities were created.
Firefights going left and right of the railroad here.
During the confrontation with the Soviet Union, there were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter, it is already in, the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it.
Right quick.
Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not
I have a
mistaken.
turret, so I can deploy that.
But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing
need
that
to
the
prepare
United
for a
States
more
are
anxious
nonetheless
world.
gradually
Klaus
changing their
Schwab.
position in the world.
Dude.
It is your experts who write that. I just read
Yeah,
them.
we definitely need to replay this whole
The only
thing.
question is how this would happen.
He sounds like a fucking
Painfully
World
and
Economic
quickly,
Forum
or
dude.
gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American.
They're trying to lead us into war.
They simply
World
follow
Economic
global
Forum.
development trends. That's it.
Because they control
And
the
in
money,
order to
right?
assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that
over
NATO
here.
expansion eastward is a violation of the
that so I
promises
can-
you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country.
That doesn't repair
Right
health.
before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 with the talks.
Let me see if I can grab something up here with this, whatever
But no
this
one
wood is.
listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the
There's
complete
nothing really
US
there.
control suddenly
fight these
declared
dudes?
that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements.
Alright.
They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory. And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all.
That's how it's done,
Ukraine
bro.
announced that the Russians
Good job.
were a
Double turret?
non-titular nationality while passing the
I don't
laws
even
that
know what to
limit the
do.
rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine.
The one somewhere.
Ukraine, having received all the southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory. Is that normal? All this put together
Well,
led
let
to
me
the
take their
decision
health
to
here.
end the war that
You take
neo-Nazis
it.
started in
Good, somebody
Ukraine
take
in
it.
2014.
We gotta get going though, quickly.
Do you think Zelensky has the
Dude,
freedom
grab
to
this
negotiate
shotgun.
a
I
settlement?
already have the gold
to
one.
this
They have two of them here. Look, they have this other one.
I don't know the details, of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father
grab that
fought against
motorcycle.
fascism? He was a frontline soldier.
They've got company.
I will not tell you,
Got
but
it.
he answered this is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so.
Grab the
But as
motorcycle
to
or
the
something.
freedom of choice,
Where
why
is
not?
it?
What's that?
He
Look
came
at-
to power on the
no.
expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he
They're
won
going
the
after that
elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is
There
better
we
not
go.
to
Now
clash
we're
cooking with
neo-Nazis
gas.
and nationalists
Double.
because they are aggressive and very
motorcycles.
active.
I don't know where the
You
other
can
one is.
expect
There
anything
shows
from
Biden.
them. And secondly, the
just picked
US
up another
and West
motorcycle,
supports
so-
them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine. He deceived his voters.
But do you think at this
Get
point,
across
as
the
of
river.
February
There you
2024,
go.
he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this,
Over
which
here.
clearly isn't helping his country or the
You're right.
world? Can he do that, do you think?
А почему нет?
Bear shells, Biden.
Why not? He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of
You can hire
power
this
for
NPC.
everything that
We
happened
already
after
have one,
2014.
but I hired him.
And in this sense, even today, government is flawed.
Oh yeah, that's right.
But he considers
I'll do it.
himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and
We should grab
practically
that
the rest of the
thing
world
up
in
top.
such a capacity.
The
Why
storm
not?
reveal.
He can.
We
We negotiated with
We're going
Ukraine
up
in
here.
Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arahamia is his last name, I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential
I heard the
faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document, I am telling you. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia.
Settings terrible.
They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal. Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not?
Еще господин президент
Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us.
Ну пусть он отменит.
Let him cancel that
Мы же не
decree,
отказывались.
and that's it.
Вот нам всё
We have never refused
говорили.
negotiations
И
indeed.
мы не отказывались.
We hear all the time, is Russia ready?
Лично отказали.
Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused.
Interesting.
And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arakamia put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already.
И мы от этого.
But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is, and why did he do that?
Да хрен. Хрен его знает. Если я не понимаю. Общее
Hell
условие.
knows.
Почему-то,
I don't
Hell
understand
yeah.
it myself.
что Россию можно победить на поле.
There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield.
От чистого сердца, но
Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
Ready?
For what?
Go to
You've
my
described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You said you're orthodox. What does that mean for you?
Yeah.
You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
Got a motorcycle?
You know,
I don't have
as
one.
I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he
Oh, we got
baptized all the
our
Rus.
bounty and
It was a lengthy process, from
medallion
pagans
in
to
front of
Christians. It took many years.
православие, восточное.
But in the end, this
I don't know why there's, like,
orthodoxy,
rain on
Eastern
my screen.
Christianity,
That's never happened
deeply
on the
rooted
other.
itself in the consciousness of the Russian people.
Когда Россия расширялась,
When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions.
Okay.
This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just
Like
mentioned.
halfway
and
down the hill.
are the traditional religions of the Russian
God
Federation.
damn it, dude!
Российской Федерации России.
Ah!
By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire.
Вот. Это все.
This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically
Why
consider
won't it let me
it their
throw it up there?
motherhood.
Oh, maybe that'll work.
If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their
Halfway up
motherland.
the hill.
They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family. And our traditional values are very similar.
Top 5.
I've
Winnable.
just mentioned one big family, but everyone has her own family.
Can't ever find my way up
And
the
this is the basis of our society.
hill.
And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other,
Если мы говорим, что родина и семья
it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a
Where
normal
are
future
you?
for our children and our
God.
families
Yeah,
unless we
dude.
ensure a normal, sustainable
Finally.
future for the entire country, for the motherland.
устойчивое будущее для всей страны.
That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that
Those are your last
the
two
one
guys
way
right
in which
there.
the religions are different
Right in front
is
of
that
you to the
Christianity
right.
is specifically
Right
a
there.
non-violent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian?
Dude, look
How
at
do you
that!
reconcile that?
Give me a break. Oh.
Очень легко. Если речь идет о защите себя и своих.
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack anyone.
Госперевороты. И с начала боевых действий на Донецке.
When did the
Go ahead and
developments in
dance
Ukraine
with your
start?
cheat act.
Вот с чего.
Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future.
Она не во внешних проявлениях. И в том, чтобы ходить
As for religion in general,
или бить головой в пол. Она в сердце.
you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
Человек ориентирован.
Probably should have saved the briefcase.
It is in the heart. And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, он думает больше о ценности.
After all, Western society is
Ah,
more
well.
pragmatic. Russian people think
Here,
more
I gotta
about
turn
the
down the
eternal,
hotness on this mic.
about moral
No,
values.
that's fine.
I don't know, maybe you won't
if I have a
agree
noise
with me,
gate
but
on it.
Western culture is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
I'm not saying this is bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
Что мы вроде как выглядим одинаково, но
There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that we kind of look the same, but our minds
So
are
do you
built a
see
little
the
different.
supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you
Whoa,
ever think
did
to
you see
yourself,
that?
these
Like-
are forces that are not
Skip
human?
ahead.
да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
общество развивается по своим внутренним.
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws are what they are.
No, I'm just only watching my Fortnite stream.
It's always been this way in the
listening to
history of mankind.
Them talk.
Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to.
Не нужно приводить примеры. Начиная
There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire.
человечество каждый
It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind.
стал, варваров постепенно накапливалось.
Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today.
Экономически они стали укрепляться.
This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime
I'm like
imposed by
ninja.
the Romans.
500 лет.
However,
Fortnite.
it took 5 centuries for the
And
Roman
salads.
Empire to fall apart. The difference with what is happening now is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
У меня все
11 views so far, Tim.
более
You're
сложные.
asking increasingly more complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big numbers, big
Jim
data,
Bob.
and
That's what
AI.
happens when you have the Banana Man
Mankind is currently
800
facing
on.
many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a
Let them
superhuman,
know.
a specialized human
You
being,
can replay it
a
too.
genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man.
Yeah, so this, check it out.
There are reports that Elon Musk has already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the
You know, I've been
USA.
sick and coughing forever.
What do you think of
Well,
that?
I'll stop you right there though. Like,
Маска. Я
wouldn't
думаю, что
share
Маска-
your
Well,
personal health.
I don't give
I
a
think
fuck.
there's no stopping
I've
Elon
been-
Musk. He will
since,
do
like,
as
November.
he sees fit. Nevertheless,
Remember that
we need
ingredient
to
they
find
banned in
some
common
common
cold
ground with
medicine?
him. Search for ways to persuade him. I think he's a smart person. I truly
Phenylephrine?
believe he is. So you need to reach an agreement with him
Yeah.
because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
Того, что будет происходить с ним в связи с развитием вот этих новейших исследований и технологий.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest
No, I
development
don't
in
know.
genetics
What they banned.
or in AI.
They banned
I'm going to
phenylephrine.
make an approximate prediction of what will happen.
Угрозу своему существованию от
Why?
ядерного оружия. Все
They said it
начали
was ineffective.
обладатель ядерного
Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear
I took it
nations
last
began
night.
to come to terms with one another since they
And,
realized
dude, I have not felt
negligent use
better
of nuclear weaponry
since,
could
like, I
drive
had some
humanity
left
to
over.
extinction.
искусственного интеллекта.
My theory is that they banned it on purpose to keep the
It is
COVID narrative
impossible to
going.
stop research in genetics or AI
I'll probably-
today, just as
I'll probably
it
get
was
banned.
impossible
That's
to
why the
stop
stream
use
is
of
titled
gunpowder
YouTube
back in the
censorship.
day.
Эти исследования все равно будут.
right
Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу,
They banned that
But
ingredient
as
and said
soon
it
as
was
we
ineffective. But
realize
you know
that
what?
the
It
threat
helps me.
comes
It's
from
always helped me. It helps a lot of
unbridled and
people.
uncontrolled development of
And then they go
AI
and ban it.
or genetics
I'm not
or
a doctor.
any other field.
I'm not
the
giving
time
out
will
medical
come to
advice.
reach
I'm
an
just
international
telling you
agreement
how it
on
affected
how
me.
to regulate these things.
Saying
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I was
Sounds
going to ask you
fishy.
one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here, Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to us and we'll bring him back to the United States.
whoa, is he trying to negotiate a hostage release?
мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли, что, мне кажется, мы исчерпали все лимиты.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Ни разу не ответил. Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
что мы
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we can do that
не исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our
сделать
partners
при
take reciprocal steps.
встречном движении со стороны наших.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
Представителей специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question.
На то, чтобы не решить это
There is no taboo to settle this issue. We are willing to solve it.
мирные условия, которые
But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels.
партнерским каналом между спецслужбами.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically, I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this different is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category maybe it's not fair to ask for somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпионство.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact, this is qualified as espionage. The fact has been proven, as he was caught red-handed when he was receiving this information. If it had been some far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the U.S. government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал. Но повторяю еще раз.
I don't know who he was working for. But I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage. And he was working for the U.S. Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services to come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him in one of the European capitals. Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly giving confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They are keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the U.S. Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway. And there have been many successful examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. But we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true
режиме.
with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
Так, послушайте, я же сказал.
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We are willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, 72 billion US dollars, was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree. We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
Но если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров,
well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington. If Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us who made this decision, it was them. So let them go back on it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying. I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature and then he himself said, we were ready to sign it and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance. Well, you missed it, you made a mistake. Let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass, as I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to further in history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand, to 2008, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
Я же сказал,
I said let them think.
Policy
how to do it
violations
with
again.
dignity. There are options if there is a will.
Варианты есть. Но если желание.
Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield.
Banana Man.
Поражение
He's got a
России.
T-800 underneath.
Now they are apparently coming to realize that
Gets
it is
shot at.
difficult to achieve,
Terminator might
if
jump
possible at
out.
all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen.
Oh, Palace.
It seems to me that now those
Yeah,
who are
maybe-
in power in the West have come to realize this as well.
Maybe change. Like, I can't see it right now.
If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think
we should,
what to do
yeah, because
next.
we got 2 hours more.
We're
gaming
ready
in
for
us.
this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations,
So
NATO,
the
you won?
YouTube ended the
And just
stream,
keep the
huh?
situation where it is now?
Policy violation.
Ну, вы знаете, это предмет переговоров.
That's what
You
I
know,
mentioned
it is a
earlier.
subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or to put it more accurately,
Точнее сказать, хотят.
they're willing but do not know how to do it.
It's InfoWars.
I know they want to.
Yeah, stream
It
unavailable.
It
ain't
is
even
not
on
just I
InfoWars.
see
It's on
it,
their,
but I
their
know
original
they do want it.
DCM.
But
Are
they're
any of the
struggling
other
to
channels getting
understand
blocked?
how to do it. They have driven the situation to the
checked. I'm
point
looking
where
at
we are at.
Stream unavailable.
It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny
Other
if
people are
it were
getting
not
taken
so
down.
sad.
Да, было
Huh?
бы
They are,
смешно,
yeah,
если бы не было
but
так грустно.
This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement.
Истерика, там, внутренние проблемы.
You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation,
Все равно мы договоримся. И
but the relations between the two peoples will be
может, даже
rebuilt
странно в
anyway.
сегодняшней ситуации прозвучит. Ощущение. В этом смысле то, что
What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war.
и все
Everyone
думают,
in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever.
что растащили
No,
одну
they
часть,
will be reunited.
There we go.
The unity is
Maybe it's
still
because I'm
there.
not on.
воссоединение произойдет. Оно никуда и не делось.
Why are the Ukrainian
Well, no, if you
authorities
did-
dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church?
Растаскивают русскую православную церковь.
well, I'm just
Because it
saying
brings
maybe
together
you
not
should
only
just
the
strip
territory.
from source.
It brings together our souls.
I am. I've been.
You were on InfoWars.
No one will be
though. That's
able
not-
to separate
No,
our souls.
I restarted on Tucker Carlson. Can't you see the banners on it?
Shall we
check.
end here,
Let me see.
or is there anything else?
No, I think that's great.
Спасибо.
Eh?
Thank you, Mr. President. Free speech is bigger than any one person or any one organization.
It blocked me
Societies are
again.
defined by
I
what
went
they
live
will not
again.
permit.
It blocked me
Watching
again.
is the total inversion of
Well,
virtue.
the keyword probably sucked the YouTube algorithm.
They let me go for a long time once I redid it.
Yeah.
And I just did it again where I changed the title, changed the orientation, added some other stuff, and they hit me again.
I wonder if your other. Wait, so live now? Well, no,
Now I'm
I can see
online.
your live one's back
It's,
up.
it's as soon as the stream went down.
Okay. But I don't. I mean, the title though. You know, because the exclusive rights to this content is on X and Tucker Carlson. YouTube does not have the rights to it, so.
We're no stranger to love. You know the rules, and so do I. I edit my stream, now it's working. It says I've been live for 1 hour 48 minutes. It's back online because YouTube censors me now. Probably because I
Yeah, but you know
sing the
why? I
song.
told
Never gonna.
never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I was just trying to stream something big that was going on. I guess you can't watch CNN and play video games and talk about it. However, I'm willing to try watching 2 hours of a CNN interview and see if I get banned as well. But something tells me that it's not. And something tells me, according to other people, they've been getting kicked off, getting their streams ended. We had a good run there for a little while. And, the algorithm finally picked it up, or the AI censorship robot at Google. And honestly, break up big tech, man. I don't know why I'm streaming on YouTube. I should be streaming on another platform because nobody's watching me on YouTube, so I may as well just go somewhere else and have no one watch me there. At least I can stream it. That's what I think.
Well, one must have to imagine that because this has been hyped, that
Dude, mainstream media didn't know about it until yesterday. It didn't hit. Nobody knew about it. It was maybe 2 days, I think it was. They had 2 days notice versus weeks of Tucker Carlson interviews coming out with Putin. No, it was yesterday. Oh my God, Tucker Carlson got the interview, and then mainstream media had a day's notice, 48 hours or whatever. I think it's probably Tucker's probably following standard media protocol, and everybody got upset about it. And now they don't want anybody to talk about it or see it or rebroadcast it or do anything with it, so they just turn it off. Now that the stream's over, I mean, if I turn it back on, I'm sure it'll get taken down again.
I think that on Tucker, on Tucker's X account, yeah, he said that they were possibly doing something. Elon Musk reposted it, re-X'd it, whatever you want to call it. So
3 days
it
ago,
was
February 6th, he said, "Why I'm interviewing."
well, no, because a lot of people reported that Tucker had already arrived about a week ago.
It wasn't much notice.
Well, Tucker's post on X, let's see here, was a few days ago. Well, I can go look at it. I mean, as long as he didn't break Twitter with this, but I mean, maybe you should just, It was why I'm interviewing Vladimir Putin. That was February 6th. That's. But some influencers were also posting that he had like arrived there like a week ago. People were like, "Really? You serious?" Like, people were like, it was like leaked or somehow. I don't know how. No. What Lookner? What's Lookner doing now? Biden speaks live from the White House. What is going on here? Pull him up too. Okay, so okay, gotta mute him. So his headline is President Biden responds angrily to special counsel report. Man, this guy's a working machine. Dude, he did like, well, because he's on X. He's on X. And then where's he on? Let's see how many viewers. He and then okay, so I'm checking his YouTube channel. Like, how many has he got going? He did like 3 hours of his own channel, and then he did like 10 straight. Now he's back up again doing. He's got 80. This guy's got 8,400 started already watching. Biden speaks live from White House. Breaking news coverage. To a special counsel report. I think that are we streaming?
Yeah. It's the
Okay.
post Tucker, Trader Pickle, Big Tech Censorship, Breakup, Big Tech Stream.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. But no, because yeah, so agenda free TV. And I think I know what this is about. Is it like is that the special counsel report about prosecuting Biden said that he wouldn't even be competent to stand trial. I mean, I like to cite my sources. So
what? Biden goes live. They scramble the F-22s and F-16s. The nuclear missiles are armed, and then it's World War III Armageddon.
yeah, I don't know if we can actually play. I don't know if we could actually play. I don't know that we can actually steal Steve's feed and play what he's playing. No, we can't actually because he's playing his Reuters feed, so that would actually be another rights violation because he pays for it. But that's excuse me.
Yeah, I mean, I could have done
But
better.
see, if you see in another tab where it says Biden responds angrily to special counsel report, and so he's got the Reuters. Angry Joe Biden, yes. Okay, so let me go tab over to my Fortnite feed, and I gotta change to Angry Joe Biden. I have to. I'm not playing it through, so it doesn't bleed through. But my locker, I get Angry Joe Biden out here, so they can see. And that was just moments ago. What time is? He's mad. Can... Telling you, Lookner's one of the best in the business, man. Dude, love the guy, dude. He went like, yeah, he went like 3 hours on his Lookner feed, and then he just jumped over like Clark Kent or something, like Superman put out his Tide shirt. I literally went to sleep, and then I just left the stream going because I was tired, and I had just eaten some of that hot spicy sausage. I'm like, I just leave it going. I woke up at like 7:30 this morning, and this guy's still going. And
East.
he doesn't even take coffee, and he's 53 years old. I'm like, I guess he's going to Paris in like 3 weeks, so it's gonna be like Lookner in Paris, and he's gonna do some streams there. It's crazy, man.
He's gonna do math.
I
It's a joke, man. Bad.
but no, I'm just trying to find where is Angry Joe Biden. I can't find him. I have so many damn characters. Well, no, because on your stream, if you're streaming Fortnite, they can at least see Angry Joe Biden. Why not? But I know we can't play what he's playing right now. That's like a $330 a month feed he's playing by Reuters, and he has Associated Foreign Press. That he was doing for the volcanoes last night or early into the morning, and then he just left the feed going. Mm-hmm. Why can't I find? Let's go one by one. Oh, there he is. Okay, that's what I was looking for. That's why. I got him. Yes, Angry Joe Biden. Appreciate y'all watching. Please like and subscribe. He's angry. put your comments in. You want to offend us at all. Dude, maybe we should change the stream to just Angry Joe Biden's. Angry Joe Biden's Fortnite live stream.
I mean, C-SPAN is public stuff. I pay for that. Can I broadcast C-SPAN?
Dude, that's actually a good idea. Maybe we.
Free shit.
Yeah, I would think so because it's like public domain. If they have the Joe Biden comments on C-SPAN right now, you can pull up a C-SPAN. That might be work. That would be. Might be good. Although whatever his comments were probably so brief, you know, before he poops his pants.
Gonna poop some pants.
Yeah, and you can pull up X and see if, or Trump, or not, what's it called? Truth Social. See what if Trump has said anything about the Tucker thing. So Littner does. He doesn't have rights to X, that's for sure. But he does.
Oh, it's way too late to be dropping there, but let's do it.
Dropping there? Why not? Probably some. So there's some bogeys coming in right to left. So they seem to be passing it up though to go to.
Oh my god, you said the words Rick and Morty. You're banned now.
Break it. Full health. I wonder if they can hear me. Let's see, we can teach you how to play Fortnite.
Who?
I don't know any of your viewers right now. We're Angry Joe Biden's.
Angry Joe Blow Biden. All I know is I got smoked by somebody earlier, then I checked their stats, and my stats were like way better than theirs. More wins, better KD, more accuracy, like the same number of play hours. They had like maybe 100 less play hours. Like, man, they smoked me really hard. I'm like, how did you do that? You know? But it's all good. Yeah, I'll teach you to play Fortnite. Let's do it. I'll go. Actually, you know what? The 10 tenants are on this this machine. think I need to move the location of my camera so it's like easier to look into. But I mean, dude, this was impromptu. I just got this machine working again yesterday. Or back online, rather. So it's like, I don't know, I feel pretty good. The fact that, you know, a lot of people don't even know how to do it. A, B, like, it was a huge live event. Lots of technical difficulties. And, like, we're still on there talking about it, trying to listen to it, trying to play a game, you know? It's not easy. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm happy. Just keep doing it. You know, is there any reason that I shouldn't be able to, you know, set up a Tucker interview on here? I don't think so. I mean, the only thing I could think is censorship, you know?
Well, just rights violations, because YouTube doesn't have the rights to it. And they weren't granted by Tucker or X, so.
But I'm not claiming rights, you know? I'm watching something and playing a video game. So there's no reason it should have been blocked. It's not the original content. But I get it, like, I guess you can't have either the spoken audio or the video just as well as you can't have a song, because YouTube's then liable for you know, Tucker coming after them. But I don't know. I don't know enough about law. I know how to get things working and make things happen, but that's it.
Yeah, it's probably like either a, you know, like a terms of service violation or an end user license agreement. Is like you can't play content from another source that's not approved.
Yeah, but I mean, isn't Fortnite owned by somebody else? So if I'm streaming a Fortnite game, like, doesn't that mean that I'm using something else, you know, from someone else? Can Epic now sue YouTube because they're showing, you know? So it's like, where do you draw the line? You draw the line at what behooves you, what benefits you, and just like the rest of big tech companies, like they're, you know, they are what they are. I ain't gonna go into that right now. But they censor opposing views. Let's just leave it at that, right?
Well, I think in Fortnite's case, or a lot of video games place, like as far as their opinion is, we're actually promoting the game. We're actually
Yeah, and I'm only promoting his interview, you know? It's not the whole interview, it's not the full thing. There's lots of pauses and takes and stuff, you know, and us talking over them. It's not the original thing by any means. It's a reproduction of something that somebody produced. And it's not exact. It'd be different if I just took the interview, put it full screen, put full audio, didn't say a word, and just rebroadcast it. Even if I didn't say it was my own, like, I understand that. But, like, the fact that I put all the effort into, like, setting up the screen and the transforms and inviting you on and all that shit, like, it's not even the same. It's not even close to the same. So, I don't know. I mean, maybe we should have only used clips or something, you know, play it for 5 minutes, stop, and then move on.
yeah. Well, but I just think it's probably more of a relationship with Fortnite where they allow streamers to use their material, because I think on your stream, the M&M event is still there. You just can't monetize it. The one that we did.
Yeah, I don't remember what
probably-
they said on that one. But the point still stands. You know, it's like, I'm not trying to break any rules, quote unquote, but it seems kind of ridiculous.
It said something like in a one-page release, you're allowed to, well, what they said according, and they issued like a one-page statement that said you're allowed to stream it.
Oh yeah, the season thing finale.
Yeah, and then they said like whether it was YouTube, Twitch, maybe a couple others, that they said, well, for the first 7 days, but it does have the rights of like M&M's, like, you know, Marshall Matt, whatever Interscope or whatever faction of that. They said, well, if it's 7 days, that's fine, but other than that, you won't get monetized on YouTube or Twitch. Like,
Yeah. Look, you know, maybe I'll just fly over to Russia and I'll interview Putin myself.
do what?
I said maybe I'll just fly over to Russia and interview Putin myself. I always wanted to visit Russia. And I thought we were going to have better relationships under the Trumpinator to do that, right? But turns out we don't anymore. I'm going to watch it again. I downloaded it. You know, maybe I can do a breakdown. There was something else I wanted to post on here on YouTube. I forget what it was though.
But I think if you have something this big, like one of the first American journalists, if not the first, nice shot, to
I think we go up and get the storm reveal.
agreed.
Angry Biden.
Yeah, cluster bomb, so I might throw him down somewhere. Wait, is it not here? I thought it was here. Requires access card, so how long do I have to... Oh, you already got it. Never mind. But yeah, I think YouTube is very conscious
Ouch.
of, like, you know, this content is supposed to be only on X and his sort of like website. So
I might go down and grab some health through here. We got a vehicle coming up behind us.
yeah, there's two vehicles. They're coming up high ground on you. Kind of chase them, but try not to get fall damage. Yeah, I have a med kit for you too. Yeah. Okay, you have two across the road. Okay, you see him. Good. So they stop their cars, so. I don't know, some just hit me randomly, out of nowhere. Above you? What's up? Bombs out.
What? Bro, like, that's whack. He's inside. There's two of them. Same guy? Different guy? I don't know. This game sometimes, man, I have people come up on me like that and just totally decimate me with that shotgun, and I hit him super hard, and it's like, oh well. Where are you, man?
Oh, top 14. I know where you're at. You're like right inside this door. 6 meters away. Right outside.
Why don't you switch to shoddy, dude?
I don't have a shot. Oh, I could. What the? Watch them fight in the storm too.
Gonna take a restroom break. I'll be right back.
Do it. You know, and listen to the Fortnite fans. Some of these bots have hacks that know exactly where you're at. You saw me crouch. You saw me go around the wall. There was no way they would have known where. Oh, look at that shot too. Oh, and then they went and danced. See, this player here is dancing in the storm, so they have a health hack and a wall hack to know where exactly I'm at. And this is why, after PlayStation gave Fortnite, Epic Games, $2 billion, they lost $235 million to the Federal Trade Commission in a settlement. Any other company losing $235 million would go bankrupt. Because it was ripping off kids. Children. Now, if you think a company like Sony is happy about their investment after investing $2 billion and a couple months later they lose 10% of that to the Federal Trade Commission in the United States, they are not. And then, a couple months later, Fortnite, who doesn't police their game, of these hackers, loses 18% of their workforce. This is about a year ago. This is Epic Games is a North Carolina-based company that had to lay off 18% of their workforce after losing $235 million. So those people are out on unemployment now, or trying to find a job with a different. They have not hired a single person back. A single person. Nobody's come back. Because they knew how crappy they were treating children. We're talking about little kids, ripping them off and losing $235 million. So if you go to North Carolina, you probably will go to McDonald's and be like, yeah, I used to work at Fortnite, but I rip off little kids. So I got fired. These people had mortgages. Now they're getting foreclosures on their homes because it's like, oh yeah, I got paid so much money out of the profit of little kids, but now I'm out of the workforce.
I'm back.
That was a great rant. I know, I can hear you. It's a good thing we got it on wax. Maybe. At least take it down. We live still? I don't know.
What's that? Just went and got some water, took pee, put the dinner bowls up. Ate pretty good today. I had a bacon, egg, and cheese croissant, homemade, with some Scotch bonnet cheddar, and it's a single cheesy gordita crunch from Taco Bell, and then a salad from dinner.
Yeah, you can always rewatch when you went away for the bathroom break. I did a nice little 3-minute rant about this game. I'm not quitting.
You know, I think this game does better in DirectX 12. Turn down the AA maybe. Let's see, do FXAA.
Well, yeah, I mean, I should if we were only gonna do Fortnite, I should probably go over to my PS5. But
Yeah, man. Do just next round, flop over there and. See, I like running DirectX 12 or 11 with pretty much performance settings, but I like the texture detail and draw distance to be epic because you can see people further. You know, I do care about anti-aliasing, but I haven't found the smooth spot for that. It's not TSR, maybe TSAA or FXAA or whatever it is. There's like 3 different DirectX 11 settings. On PC, so to say. It's still faster than the Alienware.
yeah, I haven't checked out the settings on my Alienware in quite a while. Because I've been on the PS5, lots of Jababa.
They keep making things worse, like they haven't really added any detail in my opinion, but things do keep getting slower and I'm like, what are you guys doing? You know, and the thing is, some games are going to run better on NVIDIA and some games are going to run better on AMD, and you know what? I've got both. Now granted, this card is, the one I'm playing on currently is 4 years old, but geez, it still keeps up with the business. It was a really good card for Fortnite. I saw a lot of Fortnite streamers had 5800 XTs. That lock-on pistol is garbage now, by the way.
It is. It really is. I'm throwing these porta-forts away.
Cool.
I should have asked if you wanted them, but I don't.
I only need them like if I have an open slot and I'm trying to traverse the map. It's good if you.
Wait, check this out. Check that out. Oh, I don't know if you can see it. I just threw 2 more away. Dude, look, there's like a whole bunch of bunkers there. I've just never liked them because they just draw so much attention. I'm running past them. To my north, there's like a firefight going on.
At Grand Glacier? Alright, Golden Anvil. Let's do this. Yeah, I gotta break out the Jim Bob's 10 Tenants.
Oh, so the 10 tenants.
They're on this machine. Remember I kept telling you? They're not. I don't have them on my Alienware. I don't have them on my Alienware.
No, I can break out the...
I have them recorded on a text.
Well, just for any viewers that might watch this later. So the tenants of Fortnite.
Always have a pickle on your back. Rule number 1. Rule number
Just
0.
moving forward.
Never leave a homie behind.
So the number 1 tenant. Maybe we should do a stream of.
It's really like 11, but 0 is just an understood. 0 doesn't add to the 10, right?
is always try to revive. Is don't leave a player behind. Always try to revive them. Always try to reboot them. That's the #1 rule. Whether you're playing with a friend or a just stranger, it feels good for you to get them revived or rebooted, and it feels good for them.
I think you're right. I think we do need a 10 tenants stream that's specifically oriented around exercising them and explaining them to its fullest. I think you're right.
Yeah, well, this is just an exercise. I mean, maybe we'll get like 10 views.
We're brainstorming. I'm behind you.
I see.
Hop in, homie. We got the jams playing.
Rule 10 is if you're not having fun, just quit for a while.
Party Royale Radio, the soundtrack of being awesome.
Don't delete your account because you might want to come back, but you know, it's a game. It's not real life. It's other games to play. And, you know.
Yeah, it's playing like poop. Let's grab this bounty. This is like one of the hottest spots because it's got that striker. It's like ridiculous. Do you want to hit it?
Yeah, they're fighting. Well, we were driving. What's going on? Yeah, let's hit it. Bombs out, 2 of them. No hits. Start my life. Oh shit, it's the... Well, this NPC will not go down. I mean, their strength is... There's a real player here. This weapon sucks. Got him. Okay. Pick up his weapon at least.
Yeah.
Well, I'm picking up the medallion for a brief moment. No, just for a brief moment, because over time, 1 tick for the shields that it provides. So that's rule 1 and rule 10, and then okay, vault. Yeah, that's right. Rule 4 is crouch, cover, concealment, and communicate. Remember where it's at?
No. When you should see it when you pick up the.
Oh, I have it, huh?
When you pick it up, it's supposed to show you where it's at, I think.
No, yeah, it's got like a little map to it. Mm. It's like somewhere downstairs or something. I forget, I have like 3,000 levels. Is it inside or what? I don't usually go here.
I don't ever go after these things, so I don't know. I chased somebody down earlier, and they probably wish they didn't have it because they lost their crown, and then they got smoked.
I don't know, it's just a storm. I'm just gonna throw the...
Hop in, bro.
Just trying to drop the medallion. Why wouldn't
Drop it while we're
drop
driving.
No. There, it's gone. I'm in. Sorry, I didn't mean to repeat myself. It's doubling back. Got a turret though.
Sweet, they're helpful.
It only gave me up to 50 shields. So that medallion is totally worthless.
Yeah, they're like that. It increases as you get more. There's a mending machine right here.
So it was like 1 tick for 26. Yeah, I'm able to buy some stuff here. Let's put this turret down real quick.
So just out of curiosity, since this is a post-Putin interview stream now that it's been taken down several times, what did you think overall? Was there anything that stood out on what you heard?
I think it's definitely rewatchable.
Alright, we got bogey in front of us and there's 10 left. Let's see, 2 solos. We're gonna go after this medallion?
I don't know, top 9.
I think they're in a vehicle.
Yeah, they're moving pretty quick, so I don't know. Like I think I like our position because they've left this position. But yeah, I think it's definitely watchable because I didn't catch all of it. It's an important thing. I think it's an important thing to hear maybe both sides of the story about like what he had to say, and you know, kind of figure out like what you think of how much of it may be propaganda or some kind of crap like that. But hold on, I'm throwing a turret down. Are you going down there? There's footsteps. Okay, there's people. Oh wait, we're like right on. I have to move down. We have to move down a little bit. They were able to run over my turret like that? Okay, that's an interesting strategy. Turret went out.
Jump in, dude. Coming.
There's one that has high ground, but yeah, we gotta go to the circle. 1 damage per second still, with 7 left. 4 teams. I'm in. Sorry, yeah. Because it's like 2 hours long, so it was like, you know, like what exactly, you know, like I definitely want to rewatch it. And, what stood out to me was that he said he's willing to negotiate with Ukraine, and he's like, and that his claim was that he was never not willing to negotiate some kind of peace treaty or something. And then he gave a lot of history about their history, like off the top of his head, it seemed. Like, you know, about like 91, like 94.
All right, 3 squads left.
We're one of them. So, you know, that he was open to like peace talks, but he felt like his claim was that Ukraine was not open to like negotiations, and he was sort of asking where they said there is no negotiations possible, and he kind of like was saying, well, you know, this guy's not even willing to negotiate, or the Biden administration. I mean, that's just like his words, so I was kind of like listening to that pretty intently of like, okay, like, but I think
I'm gonna
it's
come back
good.
up on this
Like,
hill here.
yeah, we're gonna take the car. Okay, fine. Yeah. Yeah, and so it's kind of like, I think it's important to, like, especially when you have like a world leader that has like the most nuclear bomb like in the world, and like for him to say about like some stuff about like his border with China, and then to also talk about like United States politics, and be like, well, you know,
They're over there.
that and like he didn't really want it to escalate, you know. I mean, because it could also be like propaganda by him. Yeah, so there's like, yeah, I don't have like enough long range to get him. So we just have to go backwards the other way, dude. Just let them fight it out and set up like shop like back towards the new circle. Like somewhere. Top 4.
Here we go, baby, right here.
Top. Okay. Oh, they're right down you? I went the other way. You're pressing?
Nope.
What's up with him? He's shooting anvils or some shit. Back up near you, but he's jumping around. Nice hit by him. Moving right to left.
You got this? Get him, man.
No, I don't know where he's at. I'm trying to find him.
He's over here.
Oh, there he is. Oh, he's got that thing that's like the thing, whatever that thing is, grapple. Crap. Coffee's for closers.
Close on him, man. Fucking A.
Where is he?
Jesus
Christ.
Christ.
No, I can't hit him with anything. Can't hit him with anything. Gold shotgun. Dude, we should have moved back. We should have moved back. Should have moved back. Should have moved back. Should have moved back. He was good as dead. We should have moved back to the circle, dude. He had like 53 health. He probably would have stormed out then. I was like, dude, you go back with full health. It's like high ground behind us. He did have a gold striker though. Took out like 250 damage in like 3 seconds there. Kinda might have been a win. If we'd have moved back. Still second place, but it was like she's probably at like 5 damage per second. We need to just move back. I probably should have just stayed back. Not even tried to rush in. She'd have been gone in like 10 seconds. Would have been a win. Or for this stream, he or she or them. I want to offend anybody. Bring out the Bush Rangers. Play with them in a while.
I'd switch over to PlayStation, man. You seem to be able to. Maybe it's a. Maybe you got to review your settings on the Alienware or something, but. That's what I do.
Well, I haven't played on the Alienware in months, man.
So I'm saying, like, maybe it's you got to review the settings and change them or something. Because I don't know. I feel like you should have had that, but that's just. You know, that's what I think.
I felt like I should have had it too, but I also felt when I said I was backing up, I felt when I was backing up that you should have came with me. So then I had to come forward back into the storm. Which
I was fighting him, dude. I was literally, I dumped an entire magazine in him. I switched over to the shield. Somehow he popped that shield and like set me off balance. I don't know what that's called. Broke the pistol shield. And then I got it back and then I dumped a whole nother mag at him. And it's like I don't know how he had so much health. I'm sure he had a health hack. So I reported him for sure. Like, dude, I had 4 limbs and I had 2,400 damage. You know, like that's 10 players worth of damage. So I don't know. Like, But overall, I think you said it a minute ago, like you haven't played on the Alienware in a while, and you don't.
Well, and it's two different controllers. One's an
Yeah,
Xbox
that's what I'm saying.
controller, and
I
one's a
think you should get a new
PlayStation.
controller
So
for your Alienware personally, but so if just switching over to the Alienware gives you a better controller, then I'd switch over. But I mean, dude, do what you want to do. You want to play another game? That's fine. But I've been playing for a while, so
yeah, that was about listening to the interview they took down. Like, because I need to do that in a tab on a computer. So, but that's also rule 3 because don't fight in the storm. That's what really
yeah. But
was
if you
what
if you don't have a
yeah.
choice, what am I gonna do? Like, oh, I gotta get to the storm. Let him shoot me. Like
Yeah, but I backed up to high ground. I backed up to high ground.
I know. You shouldn't have been able to close on one guy, though. At the same time. If you got the shot, take it, right?
Exactly. That might be one of the rules too. But
it is. But that's for another day.
Well, it was. Well, I mean, he had 53 health, so. But so I had a gold pump shotgun, but that reload time is terrible.
Yeah, dude, that thing's worthless. Don't use that unless you
especially
with what do you got, an Xbox 360 controller on your Alienware? You got DirectX 12 settings on a 2070. You should move over to performance settings. Get a new controller, an Xbox One controller minimum. If you want to wire it, wire it. If you want to play it wireless, play it wireless. You can use Xbox One controllers wired or Xbox X controller Series X controllers wired. They're not super expensive, but if you're gonna play on it, I mean, you gotta, because the PlayStation is enhanced and tuned for the performance of the game. But if you're playing on an old 360 controller, it's wired, third party, and on DirectX 12 settings, because Fortnite has made some changes that it's ever since the Unreal Engine 5, it seems to be more performance hungry or heavy. So, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's probably time to switch over to PlayStation if you had a hard time with that pump or whatever is going on. But I don't know, dude.
Well, because then I switched to the SMG, so he was, that whatever, that gamer.
It doesn't matter, dude.
Down
I'm not
to
trying
53
to
health. So if I had
pronouns on there.
two more shots, that was a win.
I know.
Close but no cigar. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. What you just suggested. Trying to make sure. Let me just check the health of the Alienware headset. Okay, full health. Perfect. Which will be playing through the PS5. So I'll be gone for a second.
All right.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, loud and clear.
Yeah, you sound a lot better too.
Well, you know, and the other thing that was happening, are we still streaming?
Yeah, I can stop though if you want.
No, go ahead. Was everything I said, I heard back to myself 5 seconds later. Now it's like straight audio. That helps a lot. So, if anybody's still watching, it's time to rickroll them. So, rule 3, I think, is reload. Well, 2 might be reload, and 3 might be don't fight in the storm. Had I honored that Tim's 10 tenants, they probably would have stormed out. Because I'd moved back to high ground in the circle, so they would have had to come to me. I probably should have stayed back once you were down. No way I could have rebooted you. Probably should have stayed there. Interesting poll going on. Not gonna vote in it. One of my followers says, "Who do you trust more? I'm bored and sick. Amuse me." How many followers do they have? 1,400. So I think your mic's off. But who do you trust more? 4 options are Biden, Putin, Obama, or Zelensky. Spelled wrong, but sure. Interesting poll. Not gonna vote in it, but yeah, I'm already up here. Just checking one thing. Leave me. I'll have to check that later. But UPS, like I had a pickup outside. Supposed to be 9 to 12 a.m. But with all the rain, it was still there. 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. Still there at 2 p.m. Gone now, so. But I do have the tracking number, so I'll be able to see if it's pickup made. Where are we going? Let's see here. Guess I'm carrying the show because your audio is off. All right, so we're gonna go to Everest, I guess. Go there. Call this Everest because it is the tallest place on the map. If they're bleeping around here, they're about to find out. Okay, I got a bogey I just passed in the sky, 2 of them. Bogey means other gamers.
Booger bogey.
Just 2, but landing at base camp 3. Footsteps already. Another one up top. Look at me with all the assists. Gonna break these. Oh yeah, I was saying, I was like, what am I? Well, she's only got like, I mean, a little bit more following than me, but don't care. Interesting post put out. Who do you trust more, Biden, Putin, Obama, or Volodymyr Zelensky? There's only 4 options, so I'd be like, none of them. I don't trust any of them. That'd be my pick if she had it. Maybe I'll just write a reply. Maybe later. If I had to choose, it'd probably... No, I'm not even gonna go there. I mean, so he's down at base camp 1. Wait, what's this guy? Oh, they changed what he's selling now. He's selling, he don't sell heavies no more. Oh,
No.
I hired him anyway. I hired him anyways. To the viewers out there, he is good at revealing other gamers. Actually, might. Actually, that might actually be Everest over there. Actually, might be the tallest mountain on the map. I don't know. Please leave your comments in the chat about how bad we suck. That's fine. Don't mind. I ain't gonna call you out. Should we go to get the storm reveal? Storm reveal up there. They got 2 clusters, so once you do that, 2 double back. Nice job. Yep. Okay. Another level up by me. Where do we go from here? It's a big question. I mean, do we want to go there? Is that like a gas station? Maybe. Oh, you must have the fill-up quest. Like, motorcycles don't need gas ever.
I just keep it full. I'll be searching for gas later.
No, but oh yeah, the way you drive.
Yeah.
I just don't think as many games we've played with the motorcycles over the different maps over the course of a couple of years, we ever run out of gas with these things. We usually just lose them in the water, like accidentally. It's another pro tip. If you jump off them, a lot of times they will coast through the water. And then you can just swim and then go get them back. I figured that out about a week ago.
Oops.
Oh, wait, what is this? Hold on, I want to check this out. Hide in the porta potty? Okay, the porta potty hiding spot. Dude, it's a quest. You gotta just jump in real quick. Yeah, it's one quest. Like hide in there. It's not a portal though. But okay.
Didn't give me anything.
You know how many dumpsters you been in, dude?
I don't know. I haven't been in any.
Mine gave me 2 of 5, so that's a hiding spot, and then the dumpster. It's me.
Oh, you know what we should have done? I don't think we can do it now. I was gonna say the pentaflip.
Yeah. I doubt anybody's watching this stream like this far, but unless you started a new one. I just don't think people that watch YouTube Fortnite are really interested in commentary about that. I mean, maybe they are. Got him. I mean, maybe. Somebody's watching me. That's cool. I don't know how they're watching me, but fine with me. Covert Ops Striker AR. That was a nice little double shot on that one. Sharpshooter AR. How many ARs? I mean, yeah. Oh, well, I just want to get that one med kit and then we'll go. this other purple one. You guys were stacked, man. That was like a double. Sausage and Bob. But no, I literally have 65 rounds of the same weapon in 3 versions, and 3 shields and 2 full mods. Nice jump. But I just need to find a different weapon, really. Something. What is that? Oh, just that? No, I don't want it. I can probably drop some. No, I mean, yeah, just bust it up. So, so what you want to do? People watching. Make sure nobody else gets it. Top 14. Even though you can see we have full shields, you do want to, if we're going to leave them anyways, you just bust it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I kind of want to go in there first.
Go in there.
Like real quick. Top 13, 9 squads, so there should be 18. So what you have to do is like simple math and go, when you look at the map, you go, well, 9 times 2 is 18, but there's only 13 left. You want the ballistic? I just took a ballistic shield. Which I only have 95 rounds for, so it's my. The turret has unlimited rounds. No, there's NPC. He's blocking my path. Get him. Okay, down to the top 12. So the token is over by that house. We call, well, the medallion player, we just call him a token. It's just 2 syllables instead of 4. It's just easier to communicate. That's rule 4. Still need more ammo. You got any AR ammo? Oh, dude, nice coast. How about pistol ammo? For my shield. Grab those. The ammo man. The banana ammo man. Well, so we should sort of like, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Like, we should just go to the edge of this circle, like right on my pin here. To your right.
We should go where the new storm's gonna be. There's a medallion there, though.
Yeah, they already have the storm reveal. But I'm just saying we should be able to fight them one-on-one. Take them out, you know. Let them get weakened. By the way, watchers, medallions are not that good. Like, you can see on the map if he ever pulls it up, they just reveal your position. That is another rule. Don't reveal your position unless you have to. Got a lot of damage on him. He got me for a little bit, just on my overshield. Overshield, I mean like the shield, like. So I'm backing up while he shoots, and then I'll move forward. Okay, there goes his shields. He's got a scope. He's got a scope. Oh, he's knocked. The scope's knocked.
I'm rolling in.
Watch out, Anvil! Anvil out! I don't know what that's about. Is that teaming up with enemies? Maybe. Are you rolling in? I'm bringing the motorcycle. Behind you! Behind you!
Oh, thanks for bringing the motorcycle.
Of course, why not? Here, you drive. You're better at it. And so, another one of the rules, it may expand it since 2010, is know your teammate's strengths and weaknesses. I know he's better at the motorcycle. I know I'm better at the cars. We don't need this medallion. We just need to get out of this medallion area, like, quickly. Then, where's the motorcycle? We lost it again.
Incoming motorcycle. Or... Come on.
Okay, yeah. So... So then, with the shield, I can, like, sort of protect the motorcycle while he drives, and then, yeah, so. And then we have these bush ranger skins, that's why we're hiding in this bush, because it kind of makes hard for them to see, so. And we're now in the top 5. Am I doing too much commentary?
It's all good. I'm just focused.
I have 3 full medkits and 3 half shields. Yeah. So it's like 3 squads. Move your pin, though. I saw your pin. Now move it. Yeah. So you don't want to put a pin down where you can't necessarily see through the pin. Like, he'll mark it, and then... Okay.
That's a bot.
2 versus 2 now. We have to go back. We have to go back to the...
Do you have a turret? Do you have a turret?
No, I don't.
Okay. They're off to the right.
They're on the train, maybe? Okay, they just shot my NPC that I hired. 5 damage per second, though, so we got... Sniper down there. You knock him?
Yeah.
1 left. 1 left. Okay, flank. They're flanking. Yes, fuck you. Oh, excuse my language, people. And, you know, what they get is a rickroll. And as is our tradition, it's another one of the rules. When you win, you celebrate for a minute, take a walk. The games are about 22 minutes long. Thanks for watching. We'll be right back to defend the title. And that's how you play this game.
Yeah.
It's communicating with your teammate and knowing their strengths and weaknesses, crouch, cover, concealment, and then it's just about execution.
I don't know why
I almost blew that one. I mean, they can't see me, but I actually switched to one of my med kits, and I was like, whoa, no! Back to the shield, and then I just had those pistol rounds you gave me. And that's also another rule. Try to share ammo. Like, make sure your teammate's stocked, whatever. But, okay.
Yeah, nice work, man. We did it. Finally,
good work.
We got a win.
Yeah, hopefully we can just edit this into like a recording.
Yeah.
No, just win, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even know if anybody was watching, but to win. And that was an interesting strategy by the last two. One was staying back with his sniper rifle while the other one flanked. So while we were focusing our and we had high ground. It's another rule. High ground works out well. So while we were focusing our ammunition downrange, the other one we couldn't see out of the left till we had footsteps. That's another thing you need to do if you want to win this game, is turn on the audio assist so that you can actually see the footsteps. I'm like, oh, we got footsteps. Yeah. Ready to go anywhere.
No. That's tradition, right?
Yeah, I was explaining is the tradition is if you win, sort of celebrate the win, but now you're back to 100 players. And then it's time to defend the title. And you'll have crowns on. Degree of difficulty increases. Although you can just throw the crown off. It's in your inventory. Use it as a trap. And then another tip is if you sort of saw us just sort of kind of laying back, the other players were doing our bidding. We don't care about how many limbs we get. We don't. If you want to do a limb, let's go play it. I'm just saying we care about the win more than the number of limbs. Doesn't matter if we eliminate 15 players if we don't get the win. The win is the most important thing. You play to win the game. Doesn't matter how many limbs, how much damage you do. if you don't get the win, you just did the bidding for every other team that laid back, and they were just like watching the numbers dwindle, going, well, we have full house. And if you saw the daddy banana person got knocked, and I just had to finish him. He probably got all the damage, and all I had to do was get a couple shots off behind that shield. It's just probably the dumbest thing they've ever come up with. But yeah, maybe we should do that. What are the dumbest things they've ever come up with?
Froyo?
Yeah, and leave it in the comments of what do you think the dumbest things they've ever introduced to the game. So I'll give you sort of a summary in no particular order. The Naruto or whatever that cartoon was, where you just jump in the air and you smash everything. And yeah, we got a bunch of wins with those, but it was just like, you actually had to have one. I enjoyed the spaceships. Those were fun, but like once myself and this teammate got the spaceships, it was like game over for all the opponents. It was cool, but it was also just, it gives you too much of an advantage. Lightsabers are played out. They were fun for a period of time, but they kept bringing the lightsabers back. That was getting ridiculous. It's like you had to have one to win. The boats were really awesome. Wish they'd bring the boats back. That would be the converse thing. I definitely, this is my personal opinion, don't like and it's opposite of my teammate here. I don't like the, grapple glove or whatever this other one's called, like the Spider-Man thing. It's like, you don't even have to pay attention to the storm. You just slide through the map with like...
Slide through the cheeks like a fresh turd from McDonald's.
No, I was just talking about like those particular items that have come and gone. I don't know if you heard me, but yeah, just like I really dislike the Naruto ones. I really dislike the Star Wars ones. They have plenty of games with it, but they keep bringing them back. They're kind of just lame at this point. And And I was also saying that the spaceships are cool, but if you and I got them, it was almost like not even fun to play because of how many wins we got with them. The tanks were cool, sort of, but the way they introduced them during an actual global conflict with the javelins, I call them javelins because it's actually those are called the anvils that are in this game right now. Not so cool to be promoting warfare when there's a real bunch of people dying. Fun for the game, not so good in my opinion to have tanks and like what, you know, because remember there's a lot of little kids. What else? Yeah, and I was just saying, I was just trying to do a list of what I didn't like, having played for close to 7 years now, and what was kind of cool, just in my opinion.
Royo?
The right up there with the stuff that's really terrible right now is the medallions. Like they're just no reason to possess them. As you just saw last round, a bunch of people had them, still won. They give away your position. What else? What else you got there? Banani, about stuff you didn't like or liked about different things that have been introduced. Do you agree with any of the things, my comments there? Or? I mean, yeah, I love the airplanes. Can't believe Ninja got them taken out. Helicopters, awesome. Another thing I really dislike is it's something like each weapon you could have 536 ammo. It's kind of ridiculous. Really disliked ammo vending machines. Like as long as you secured an ammo vending machine, you had such a significant advantage. Glad those are gone. You know, I'm kind of wondering if we can do the Angry Joe Biden stream. If we can find that on C-SPAN. That would be public use, fair use. Where are we going?
I don't know. How about the beach houses?
Sounds good. Yeah, because I was thinking about that tower south of Ritzy Rivera, but as I see the train coming around the bend, I'm kind of thinking. The train people are going to go
it's
for
right
that.
there.
Yeah, it's somewhere around there. Yeah. Another rule is, and this is not in the top 10, but just try, especially in this version, try, like, well, famous last words, but try to avoid named locations, because all these quests center around a named location, so then you're fighting like 4 teams. So now we're gonna have to fight 3 teams already here. I'm coming to help. I gotta get these chests open. I'm gonna just kill them all.
Oh, sorry. Here.
No, I already have a nice one. Ambush Thunderburst Gold.
Oh.
I'll pick it up. I still have another slot.
There's shields inside this thing.
Oh, that's right. Another pro tip is you can break the floor and it'll in these locations. Do you want the EMPs? I do not.
Want what?
Shieldbreaker EMP?
Nah.
Worked out well once. Only once. Not very. Do you want the Eagle Eye Reaper scoped sniper? It's green,
Yeah.
but it's green, but
I'll take it.
oh, I'll find you. Wait, stop there. Stop there. Stop there. Drop item.
Thank you.
And then,
Two
well,
med kits right
let me
here.
drop the ammo for it. Wait, footsteps. I think they're coming from their friend. They're down on the beach somewhere, I think. Lockdown's not that bad. You got more footsteps on me? Okay. Double straight alone. Nice. I'm on the board. Okay, so I gotta go back and find those medkits. I just saw the footsteps. I figured, just take them out real quick. and then... Well, I have 30 heavy bullets now. So isn't that what that weapon I just dropped you takes? Yeah. Okay. Here, let me drop those for you. Oh,
Thank you.
a little bit too much. Welcome. No, sometimes it's kind of get weird. Okay. Now I need. I kind of want to find an AR or something. More ammo.
An AR.
Oh, nice. So, you want that hyper SMG?
No.
Trade you. Okay. They have the ambush Thunderburst, so. Wait, somebody. What? I don't even know what happened. My overshield got took off. I call them the overshields, which is basically the regenerative Halo rip-off shield. But might have been from that explosion. Okay. And then people always like read off to your teammate while they're driving. Like, okay, it's 45 left, and look at your map. Should we grab the new one? Yeah, we should. Pick up the turret. My shotgun was only gray. So. Got one. So they're both dead. What's the plan? What is it?
Striker.
This one?
It's pretty good.
Well, yeah, this is an iron warrior. This is a sharpshooter. Yeah, this is a way better scope. We have a medallion upon us somewhere soon. Okay, they're moving north. They're moving across the bridge. Triple motorcycles. And sometimes, oh, okay. Well, you see him over there? Should we?
No.
What are we gonna do? But we're going after him.
If you want to fight him, cool. No, I mean.
So sometimes we would take two motorcycles, but yeah, like
let's throw
it's
turrets
better.
down as soon as we get there.
Yeah. We do have crowns, but who cares about those, really? Motorcycle to the left, footsteps here, throw the turrets down. Okay, I'm almost dead.
Whose fucking turret is that?
I threw one down up there. I have 4 health. Hold on, take this. Take this behind you. No, no, take that. They're gonna be coming in soon. Here, they got footsteps already. Take the health. Take the health. Take the health. Got one of them. Can't get out of here.
Yeah, sucker. Well played.
Well played. You want to go Lambo? They brought one.
Dude, I got
taking my third med kit. They're going for this access card. What they were going for.
yeah.
Man, they had so much ammo. Can't. Oh, they had Peter Griffin's gold. Ooh, and the hammer. Okay. How did they get up here?
Motorcycle.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. There's... Now I'm chock full of ammo. Top 15. Where's the access card? We need the access card for the forecast.
I have it.
Well, get up here then.
Well, I had to go get it, but yeah, I'm on my way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I
Alright.
should probably leave soon with that medallion here.
Yeah, I don't even know it. Let's just the ninja medallion, but I don't even know. I didn't even check what it was. Oh, more footsteps coming after it. 2 of them. Thanks for playing. Need to find shields quick. I was about to check the medallion. What the hell does it do?
Yeah, why didn't they bring us shields, motherfuckers?
More coming in inbound. I'm in like reload fucking hell. He's almost dead. Get him?
Yeah, he brought us shields though.
But
Here, let's go in here
I
real
need
quick.
health again.
Come in here.
What is it?
Come in here, man. I got
Automatically
shields. I know where there's some health too.
Okay.
Waiting for you.
Yeah. Peter Griffin's medallion replenishes over time. That's the same as the other one, isn't it? You got health.
Come on, I'm going to get it.
Reload. Like an island of craziness here. Thank you for the health. Appreciate that. Fuck. What are they? They emptied the vending machine, didn't they? They sure did.
I don't know, dude.
Let's just leave the medallion there.
We got someone
It's
rolling up
not
on
worth
us?
it. Yeah, well, just smoke them too, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. I'll go up there. Dude, I have an anvil too if I can find them.
I have rockets.
I just want to.
I'm sure you
I
do
have
too.
13 already, so. They have like everything, dude. They still got smoked.
Well, yeah, we had like 4 squads roll up on us.
Yeah. 14 kills already. In a Crown Vic? no less. Up behind me. Oh, dude, I almost had the kill on you. Nice.
Right here.
Where? Oh.
I need. Fuck, dude.
That's their NPC.
Behind you, dude.
Oh, what the fuck?
You not see the footsteps?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. Yeah, X-Ray fucking loser. I'm sure. You don't have him dying. He had no footsteps, and all of a sudden.
I'm done, man. Oh. I've had enough Fortnite for one day.
Yeah, it's like, wait, so none of these people are killing each other and they just want to send them all after us. It's like, we must need to just throw the crowns out as soon as we land. It's like, dude, you're not even attacking anybody else but us. Like, what's your deal?
Oh, I don't know.
Like, they're not fighting each other. They weren't shooting each other. Maybe we'll do another stream with the replay of what they weren't doing. It was like 15 to 18 against us. We limited 15. It was a good round.
Yeah.
But it was just like they weren't doing anything but attack us with like unlimited crap that we kept killing them, getting unlimited crap. But it was like, you're not even attacking the other people.
It's so hot.
All right. Hot in there. What? Really?
Yeah. I don't want to go over the details on it. It's hot.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's 44 degrees and clear right now. Open
I know.
a window.
It's like.
Anyways, good games.
Open.
Good games. Later. Thanks for playing. Thanks to any viewers who watched. You can hit me up at the Ringa X with your comments, or just leave them in the description. All right. Peace out, man.
Later. Thanks for playing.
See ya.
Games.
Thanks for playing. See ya.
Bye.
Bye.